people. That's striving. That's being a trailblazer, an explorer, going into space, mathematics, quantum mechanics, the secrets of the universe. It's all there. Life is fiery with its beauty. It's incredible detail. Tuning into it. They want to shatter your mind talking about Justin Bieber. You'll never defeat the human spirit. You'll never defeat Shkreli. You'll never win. Never.
On the advice of counsel, I invoke my Fifth Amendment privilege against self-incrimination and respectfully decline to answer your question.
Big data, machine learning, blockchain, artificial intelligence, digital manufacturing, big data analysis, quantum communication, and Internet of Things.
The spirit of humanity is rising, and it is going to defeat you. You think you're strong, you think you're scary, you try to mimic what you can only imagine in your mind.
Look, I'm gonna be 100 with you. I love this shit. I love the hustle, I love the chase, I love the money.
Don't be scared to get to the money at all times.
NVIDIA's not a hardware company. Do you think it's a hardware company? NVIDIA is a hardware company.
You guys are saying the same thing.
This is hardware. Me for no reason.
You guys are saying the same thing.
Hardware is different from software.
Martin,
this is something like hardware because you can hold it, touch it.
Sada Sciences is a true, once-in-a-lifetime, generational opportunity. A small biotech.
How many children do you have?
23, 22 baby mother. Real bad man.
Who I think embodies this type of NPC thinking when they're proven wrong is Jason Calacanis. Let me read about some of the things he said about me over the years. Palmer Luckey, hideous, a moron. Palmer Luckey is just an idiot and a troll. He is dumb, so dumb.
A nigga like me, man, I love the game. I love the hustle, man. Be feeling like one of them ball-playing niggas, you know, like Bird, Magic or something. Yeah, you know, a nigga got dough. A nigga could leave the league. But if I leave, the fans still gonna love me, man?
All right. What's up? Welcome. Just getting some things ready here. Ready for another exciting day on the street. This connector has pulled up some gunk. I'm worried I'm gonna start a fire here, but fuck it. We dunking on some peptide bros today. The FDA is refusing to approve these drugs without any evidence. You know what? I'm gonna write a letter. I'm gonna write a letter to the FDA. Fuck it. Because it's a Federal Register, right? I'm like Karen right now. I'm gonna write a letter. Abivax up 35%. Hopefully all you Abivax enjoyers are long and having fun. Okay. Dear Advisory Committee, the suggestion that BPC 157 should be added to any list, authorization list, is without merit. Without suggesting or without reference to the Pandora's box, adding any unauthorized compounds for prescription to the will create. I will examine why BPC 157 specifically is a compound which the FDA should demand or research on prior to any authorization. BP157 is a 15-mer peptide not modified in any way. It's a 15-mer peptide, which is particularly, I'm going to do some experiments on it myself, prone to metabolic degradation by proteases and polymerases. Subcutaneous injection of BPC157 has a likely serum half-life of less than 1 minute, while a 15-mer peptide could theoretically be biologically relevant. It's more likely, given that no mechanism of action has been suggested for BPC 157, target engagement is opaque. Putative target engagement is opaque. We also have no idea on dosing of this seemingly random molecule. I'll have to adjust this later. BP507, the vast majority of BP157 publications come from the Serbian lab, or Croatian lab? I think it's Croatian lab of Dr. What's his name. These publications are almost all preclinical and published in low quality journals. Indeed, over 30 years, Dr. P has polluted the scientific literature with meaningless and irreproducible papers. I strongly urge the FDA resists the temptations of the peptide bros who feel that biopharmaceuticals are a try before you buy industry, where Reddit replaces the double-blind, placebo-controlled study. Really, the BPC 157 people are better served as lab animals, would better serve as lab animals for acute and chronic toxicity trials, including euthanasia and histopathology. Dare me to publish it? Dare me? Right in the Federal Register, baby. I don't give a fuck. My YouTube is kind of funny. Bobby Shmurda, Rick Ross, Quantum Mechanics, and Jensen Wong. Polluted. That's from Scarface, right? Polluted. My studio is not exactly ready yet. The high quality studio we have here with a tremendous producer. All right. Yeah, so Abivax is trading all over the place, but pretty huge return from yesterday. Obviously, I said, I wasn't going to chase it. I didn't chase it, but I should have chased it. It's up 34% now. Where have I been? Working. What do you think? Oh, on vacation. All this, all our top news is not business related. It's the Supreme Court and other shit. Well, if Abivax 10 billion market cap now. So it's sort of assuming 2-ish in peak sales. It'll probably do 5 to 10 in peak sales. So there's still a double or even a quadruple, but the upside has gotten less relevant. And remember, you have to, kind of wait it out a little. It's not like it's alpha happens tomorrow. So I love it, Vlad. The catabolism. Catabolically degraded to constituent amino acids, which then are recycled, some of which become ATP, others amino acid pool. The peptide bros are like, see? Sounds good, bro. I think it would have to be more than 4 to 5 billion in peak sales. You could do 10 billion in CD and just Crohn's and UC. But yeah, it's like, just not that perfect, If IR is not responding, you just try to get in contact with senior management, write a letter to the company. Really nothing you can do until you, maybe file a 5% ownership statement if you can buy 5% of the company. It depends on if it's a big company or a small company. Wow, Bitcoin 58,500. Yeah, the problem with all stocks, biopharma included, is the market may not get excited about what you see. You see 5 billion, no pun intended, ulcerative colitis. You see 5 billion in revenue. But if the market says, well, there's no catalyst for a year, launch is going to happen a year from now, so what's going to happen between now and then? Why would Big Pharma step in now and pay 15 billion for it? I mean, clearly they should, but, how do you know how do you know when they're going to do that? And people get tired, stock drifts down, then one day you wake up, it's $150 or $180, and that was it. Oh yeah, we're going to spend more time on SLS today. Using Cerebrus is the key to AI actually being profitable? Yeah, I don't know about that. I know it well. I'm short the stock. No DM from Amy. Market's very treacherous right now, man. Sometimes in the morning my voice is deep and sometimes later it's high. AI is profitable right now. I don't know about AI will never be profitable. What do you think Anthropic's making $50 billion in revenue from? $50 billion in revenue. Oh, that sucks. Who needs 50 bill in revs? Yeah, Sailor might go to the same jail. Yeah, they have actual profits, douchebag. It's for a brand new company. Do you start companies and they're profitable day one? Is that what you do? How many companies did you start? Douchebag. Fucking guys in his basement in India. Talking about, it's never going to be profitable. How many trillion-dollar companies have you started? Amy's husband? I don't think so, Bob. I don't think so. Umar Fofana, AI expert. I was going to say basement in India, but it was probably more like, yeah, I don't know. You're from India or are you in India? More of a favela or something. I don't know. Everybody's got this wrong, man. $1 trillion company market cap. Market doesn't understand. It's worthless. How could the fastest growing app of all time be worth anything? Impossible. I say, sir. How many rupees did you is that of advice is that worth? 10 rupee? I'm sorry. To my Indian friends. It's not intentional. I don't even know if he's Indian. Umar kind of sounds like an Arab name. $10 lakh. African. Homie, you gotta worry about your health before you come worrying about stocks. It's your fucking Africa. Talking about Africa. Fucking Africa? Bro, get some food. Don't worry about sleeves and stocks, bro. Africa? Oh, homie, I'm gonna give you some ivermectin. That's the only disease that actually works for ivermectin. Africa. You Nigerian, bro? Eat food, bro. I'm sorry, it's just... The fuck you trying to tell me about stocks? Eat some vitamins, bro. Don't worry about it. Fucking Anthropic. Worry about river blindness. Fucking schistosomiasis. Spiking my cortisol for no reason, Umar. When Africa gets Wendy's, then you can speak. I mean, no, look, there probably is some African stock picking geniuses out there. I mean, there's probably next Charlie Munger in Africa. I'm not saying the, intelligence is distributed pretty equally. Now go back on Safari. Safari ass. Safari Capital Management, how may I help you? Yes. Yes, we do trade the Rwandan stock market. Kenya. Nigeria. Lagos. We have Lagos stocks on Godell. Lagos is legit. Do you have one of those clicking languages? I always thought those were cool. Goat trader at Lagos. My man, he's got his Lion King hedge on. You want me to look at Wendy's? Stop spamming my chat. Anyone spamming my chat, I automatically say I'm not going to look at that stock because you wrote it twice. I'm not looking at it. What? Some languages have a clicking sound. There's nothing wrong with that. What's wrong with that? We click. We clicking. I don't know what the linguistics term is, bro. I'm not a linguist. I'm a pharmacist. Invoke. It's literally Tiger Capital. Tiger Global. No, not Chase Coleman. I mean Tiger, like actual fucking tiger on your ass. I'm a tiger cub, you know. Oh, you worked with Julian Robertson? Nah, man, I literally worked with the tiger cub. He called him Marimbe. He's about 180 pounds. Eat your ass up. They have the regional dialect on Interactive Brokers. You know, I have order filled. The guy's like British. He's like, order filled. The African one, he's like, order filled. Order filled. Nigerian order filled. Oh boy, I'm dying. There's no tigers in Africa? Bullshit. Hakuna Matata. We're just making fun of the African. No big deal. Some casual racism. Or geocentrism. I don't know. I'm refreshing my AbbVie model. Why are you gay? On the field. Yeah, I should have been a comedian. Forget investor. Entrepreneur. Comedian. I love when people do that multi-hyphenate thing in their bio. Father. Spokesman. Statesman. President. Brother. Okay, it's interesting. AbbVie is no longer reporting eye care. That's pretty wild. It's over for eye care. I think that's great. Fuck eye care. Remember when they bought wow. They're not reporting Duodopa. Do you remember when they bought Allergan? So they got Botox, but everything else is kind of dog shit. Ugh, smells like doo-doo. Ugh. Yeah, AbbVie really wants to build an oncology franchise, but man, Imbruvica, so much competition. Wow, Humira really fucking almost disappearing. That's rough for AbbVie, but they're still growing year over year, which is really impressive in immunology. Yeah, AbbVie really needs to restock the pipeline here. Eventually, Skyrizi is going to be gone. Let's see. Oh, they don't report Elahere? They were reporting Elahere last year. The fuck? AbbVie wants to report even fewer drugs now. Oh, wait. They might report Elahere. There it is. Oh, phew. That was crazy. Okay, Epkinly. I don't know if you guys know these drugs. Epkinly and Elahere are two new AbbVie drugs. They don't look to be doing that great, although Elahere is doing all right. Elahere is almost a blockbuster. All right. Hey, good morning. Thank you so much.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you. SLS going to 0, dude. You want to gamble with your life? Go ahead. I'm not going to stop you. Fucking go ahead. Like I give a fuck. Gamble. I don't fucking gamble, okay? Where the dice at? I played dice in jail. It was fun. Something's wrong with my Excel. I don't know if Streamlabs is like doing something to it or something. Okay. everything is off right now. I don't like this. I am short SLS. I'll pull up the portfolio in a minute. Turn off grid lines in Excel? Are you nuts? I don't do that. Maybe you do that. I don't do that. You think that's causing my problems? Okay, I think I fixed it. I think it was something in the models folder was stopping me. QCLS is great, man. I don't know if it's next NVIDIA, but we're gonna try. I'm not like promotional like that guy. Fucking, what's dude's name? Niccolo Damasi. Should I say stuff like NVIDIA is not even going to be necessary? I had dinner with one of the quantum analysts last night, and it was definitely I think he has a buy rating on IonQ, and he was like, yeah, Damasi's pretty promotional. Tyler, exit strategy for shorts. I mean, it's honestly something I got to get better at. You know, I think the concept of a TWAP is pretty good. Like, you should have a time restricted. There goes my... Okay, you know, maybe it's coming from here. I think having a TWAP, a time restricted, like, I can't... You know, I have to get out by this date. I think that's like kind of a healthy thing. And sometimes, like, honestly, if you... One of the best exercises you could do is open a blank sheet and write down your whole portfolio and what positions you would have, and then go open your real portfolio and compare, and you'll like subconsciously see that, oh, actually I don't want to have this much stock or that much stock in this or whatever, and like that'll actually get you some really you know, good insight as to what you're like, what you don't want to do. Yeah, no, I don't know the new Excel stuff. I mean, I'm lacking in my computer skills in general. It's funny now with Claude or OpenAI, you know, it's programming is kind of becoming a lost art. Yeah, I have the portfolio. Just give me a minute. 10 years, I'll be a billionaire? Bro, what? Excuse me? 10 years? 10 years. Damn, why you doing me like that, homie? 10 years. Shit. Talk about 10 years. Damn. 10 years to a billy. I think it's all sort of the same, Mika. I mean, everyone has their own personal evals of like pick software you know really well. Like I know trading software pretty well, and I know certain math problems really well, and then ask AI kind of to solve the problem, and then you'll end up kind of seeing on your own personal evals how each one's done. But they're mostly the same. I mean. Oh, this is AbbVie295. Is this the weight loss drug? Bonti got a CRL too, huh? Amylin analog they acquired. I mean, AbbVie's had the shittiest pipeline for a long time. Look at all this crap. None of that shit works. Damn. None of that shit works. All trash. Damn. I don't know, Russ, no. Well, it's not just 30 million market cap. I would assume QCLS has like 20 million shares outstanding. So that's like a 70 million market cap. And look, it's no good to prop up your own stock. Like, you know, I can go and buy a ton of my own stock, but is that really that useful? If you can't convince everybody else, then what's the point? It's kind of like, you see this a lot with like some of these billionaire famous CEOs like Duggan. And it's like I remember this with Mankind. He would buy his stock all day. Oh, what about Opco with Phil Frost? You know, buy their stock that, you know, they'll buy their own stock all day long. And it's like, okay, we get it. You like it. Yeah, just assume the warrants are converted or whatever. I think the people that own the warrants are not going to dump it or anything. I know all the people who own the warrants. They haven't changed or sold any, so. It's still a tiny market cap. But, you know, I can't give updates outside of the normal delivery mechanism. Or I'll be back in you know where. I'm not trying to go again. Once is enough. Trying to see how these guys reconciled their gap to non-gap. Aha. Aha. The goal for QCLS, I think, is to make a photonic computer that does AI much faster than current computers. So that's pretty much simple goal. Not easy goal, but a simple goal. And then so weird. Oh, I'm looking at the wrong thing. There it is. Have you tried the latest screener on Godell? We didn't have a screener at all for a while. And we just upgraded it. It's pretty good. Finviz doesn't have a bunch of the stocks that Godell has. Like, it doesn't even have Saudi Aramco or anything. Yeah, I see the Srep news. Not really a big deal. All right, let's go to see what is moving around today. Ondas. This weird drone thing. I always think this thing's kind of a short. Seems like a bit of a scam promoted kind of company, no? Why is this not working? fuck? Okay. Well, that one's sort of been decimated. Nokia's trading a lot. Of course, Nvidia, Joby, AST Space Mobile is down. Rocket Lab's flat. Strategy's down. What a sad story. SpaceX is down. Micron trading down fractionally. Vishay is down 9%. Interesting. Yeah, pretty boring over there. Gainers, Abivax, of course. Very happy to have the number. Whenever you have the number one gainer on the day in your portfolio, feel good. I don't know what AVAV is all about. This was up yesterday. No, Arrow. Did they report? I think they reported. Okay. Enphase. Enphase is a weird one. I've looked it up before. Sharon AI. This one's a weird one. Shaz. So Leopold owns this. And I think it's just going to squeeze because, like, he owns 20% of the company and he has a $30 billion fund. The guy can just get them a business deal that I don't think, he's like not your average fund manager. Yeah, most, I don't look at the less than 500 cap, but yeah, I mean, I'm sure I can do that as well. There's some micro caps, 5 million market cap. I mean, why would I look at a 5 million market cap? It's kind of silly. Some of these are very, very, very low market caps. Some bullshit company. 50 million market cap maybe is not so bad. All right, losers. Unicisive, UNCY. Let's see. Turned away by FDA again. We're long back blaze. I don't know about lowest market cap as high as that. I mean, do you really want to trade some $2 million pink sheet stock? AMAT up 2%. Corning, Western Dig. I mean, it's really wild how some of these stocks are behaving. No, I think I'm good there, Mick. I got plenty. Superstar, yes, it is true. It is true. I don't even know what the word swing trade means. Yusty. Sounds kind of GAY to me. A little gay. Micron had such a strong day yesterday that you can't really do much, but you have to own the stock. Like, it was just incredible. The rally it had was so impressive. SLS is a short opportunity. That shit is garbage. I do like BioCrystal a lot. I should buy some more of that. No, my Twitter crush did not respond. Thank you, Charlie. Yeah, you should email us if you found a bug, or just write it in chat. If it's sensitive to security, you can just email us. Double click. Okay, yeah, I can report that. Yeah, I'll show my short position. Okay, 7 minutes away from the open here. Pretty tepid day. The way you use the terminal is like any other terminal. You have to hit the backtick key. So on your keyboard, see if I can. It's like a virtual keyboard. The backtick key is this key up here in the upper left. So you press that key and it opens up this terminal, and then you can type. That's what terminal means, that you can type in it. And then when you send your command, that's the end of the command. Hence, it's a terminal, but usually the name came from like being networked to a terminal. So here's that key. I'm going to highlight it in green for UNC mode. That's UNC right there. Okay. You press that, some bitch. Okay. It's the same as Counter-Strike and Quake and everything else. And then you type in the ticker you want. So if you want Amgen, you type in AMGN, hit enter. Okay, there's the price of Amgen. It's real time. Okay, try SPY. Okay, look how fast that is. Fast as fuck. Multiple quotes per second. You can't script in the CLI yet. And so anyway, let's say you type in your favorite stock, and then you type in focus, and boom, there you go. Here's the new focus window. And you can make this as big or as small as you want. And there are going to be some new settings here where you can change the colors or whatever. And you can make thousands of these, or you can close them. You can put them on other monitors. That's how that works. I would not think about a buyout for stocks. Buyout is not really a realistic way to think about investing. You buy a stock and hope somebody buys it out. Well, that's kind of retarded, isn't it? It'd be nice if if it got bought out, but what happens if it doesn't? That seems like a... No, of course we're working very hard in advancing Godell's much as possible. I mentioned HMAP. It's kind of wild. Heat map. We have regular map, which goes through the all the countries. There's 105 exchanges open right now. Soon you'll be able to trade on all of them. We're opening trading on Godell. That's probably the next big idea. Chess game is terrible. Godell Terminal, godellterminal.com. I don't know precious metals. I don't really, it's not really a productive asset, you know? Like, who cares about precious metals, man? Shit is retarded. Looks like it might be a pretty red day on Wall Street today. Don't have enough shorts to compensate. Abivax is rocking. 132 almost. Um, yeah, it should be relatively close to real-time risk take. But yeah. Haven't done a deep dive on Dell. Wendy sounds like a dog to me. Abivax, $133. Hope he made money. Cerebrus down 4 or 5%. Bye bye, Miss American Spy. I like that. Bye bye, Miss American Spy. You can get a refund. Just call your broker. Godell has news, yes. Good old boys were drinking whiskey and rye. Wait, that's racist, bro. Who are these good old boys drinking whiskey and rye? You know who they are. They're not multicultural, I'll tell you that. It's good old boys drinking whiskey and rye. Mm-hmm. Yeah, they're real good. Good old boys. You already know. They're all white. Good old boys, my ass. Good old boys were drinking whiskey and rye. We do have fixed income. Let's read some reports on Micron, see what we find. New era in memory. We posit that Micron has entered an era where it has some of the semi's best visibility, a far cry from its historical role. Shares are up 12% after hours in response to another blowout quarter. In positive forward-looking commentary. Investments in more capacity, add more supply, tight supply dynamics through at least calendar 27. Increase our price target to 2,000. I did recommend Abivax, yes. Yes, I did. Good old boys were drinking whiskey and I miss you the day that I die. Fucking good old boys. This good old boy's back again, drinking whiskey and rye, up to no good. Probably doing something illegal. Racist ass good old boys. There's a tutorial. I mean, if you've ever used Bloomberg, that should work. And then if you type help in Godell, it'll give you all the commands. Well, this tool is intended for people who have used Bloomberg. It's not really meant for... Well, I mean, with their new retail app, I mean, look, you should just learn Bloomberg anyway, right? If you haven't learned Bloomberg yet, this is a good way to learn it. Get used to it. That's not true. Plenty of buy-siders watch our stream. And I'm going to have some of my colleagues on soon. Yeah, I mean, my wife doesn't know anything about what's happening at OpenAI with respect to Cerebras, but clearly OpenAI is using it. And Cerebras, I'm not sure they'd be here without OpenAI. Now, how long will Cerebras use OpenAI, and will Anthropic use it? If Anthropic uses it, Cerebras goes to 400. That's a risky short. But... you know, I think it's kind of a crappy chip. It obviously can go very, very fast with certain workloads, but Yeah, it's kind of risky short. Palm Beach Pete. Yeah, just corporates for now, Ethan. Just corporate bonds. So no mortgage backs yet. Tailwinds from agentic AI. This is Deutsche Bank's note on DRAM. LLMs will drive more CPU-based workloads in the coming years. We believe this significantly boosts the demand for conventional low-power DRAM chips. It's kind of a boomer note. NVIDIA's CPU-only Vera racks are set to incorporate 400 terabytes of DRAM. Jesus. A lot of good details in here. Nanya business. EQ is now $3. I remember telling you guys to buy this a year or so ago. That was cool. Another chance to buy Micron here. Yeah, I don't know that they have good margins. Do you know what their margins are? I think that's not right. You know, I wouldn't assume they have good margins. Let's make a model. So I don't think we have a model here, so it might be a good idea to. Are you guys watching my screen? You can't tell? Some of your questions, you can just get the answers by watching. Let's look at, try to make a model for Cerebrus now. I do recommend a lot of books. Let's throw it in here somewhere. Cerebrus. It's CBRS, right? All right. Well, if it's hard to see on a laptop, I don't know what to tell you. Yeah, Godell has a bunch of stuff Bloomberg doesn't have, but it will all be made apparent soon. I mean, trading on, you know, you really can't trade on Bloomberg, so that's probably one of the most important things. What is wrong with my Excel? It like is losing focus. All right, so Cerberus, 45 billion cap. Am I in the right? Okay, good. Why do I hate iron so much? I've never looked at iron in my life. I don't even know what the fuck it is. Why do you hate iron so much? Come on, Clark. I thought you were my friend. Time to look at every stock. Okay, well, these margins, at least indicated here, are pretty awful. %45 gross margins. Not exactly where Nvidia's at, but, you know, could come with scale. The other stuff looks pretty good. The rest of the business. So it's really all about demand. You know, will demand go up? I think their guidance was a little disappointing. Just call me Unc. Chopped Unc. Okay, 62 million shares outstanding. That's a lot. Cash flow, they were cash flow positive. Pretty sick. Gotta say, that's not bad. Not free cash flow positive, but still. Let's see. May 15th IPO. Customer A, 63%, so that's OpenAI. And obviously OpenAI announced that they were going to use it in their new system. Customer B, I don't know who that is. Saudis, maybe? But customer B is not buying anymore, so that's not good. Yeah, it was Europe, Middle East, and Asia. The fuck? Is I gotta listen to the call too. Okay. Wow, look at Abivax run. Okay, let's see if my guest wants to be here. I do know who Jordy Visser is. He's certainly a Wall Street veteran. I don't know, how much I can add on that. Core gross margin 47%. Okay. Revenue of 194 with gross margin at 37%. So revenue basically flat. That's not good. With gross margin of 37%. And then full year, not much better. I mean, 860. Well, I guess there's a big ramp. Well, it's not that big, but they're going to ramp a bit. Exit the year at $1 billion run rate. But it's not, revenue's not going up like crazy. I mean, would you pay 43 times sales for a next-gen semiconductor company at low margins? Might not be a short. But again, from what I've heard is the hardware's pretty crummy. Hey! It's my co-host, Alan. I guys want you to meet Alan. Hi. Good morning. So, let me get this thing here. We should get a second mic, but it kind of picks us both up. There we go. Here. Yeah, and yeah, maybe I can make it more sensitive. I don't know. Let me see. But anyway, I don't know if you want to introduce yourself or what, but
I'm Alan Ware. Started up a firm called Real Time Advisors, and Martin and I are talking about some stuff we could do in the future. But my career is 25 plus years on Wall Street. I had my own hedge fund. Lately, I've been doing some discussions with C-suite executives in TMT. That's what I cover: tech, media, and telecom. And immersed in the whole AI and data center space. And I was talking to Martin this morning. What's interesting is that amongst the hedge fund crowd and tech crowd, there's a lot of discussions of GTM 5.2. which is a Chinese open source model, right? I mean, a lot of people are wondering how they've been able to replicate what Anthropic and OpenAI have done in a shorter period of time. So a lot of the discussion here over the past couple of days is it indeed a better model?
GLM, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, for open weights, and as you know, Martin, I mean, open source is a lot cheaper. And if you have, if you could run it, right? I mean, yeah, if you know how to run it, yeah.
I think your average CTO is sitting there saying, yeah, great, but what am I going to do with that? I need a solution that works tomorrow. And, what do I know about buying 1,000 GPUs and go installing
Exactly.
There's a trick to that. I mean, Elon, perfected, I don't know if he perfected it, but Elon is very good at it. CoreWeave's very good at it. But your average, the CTO of McDonald's is going to sit there and say, I know how to build.
It's not easy. You need staff,
cluster,
right? You need people, and the maintenance cost to host your own open source model has proven to be a lot more expensive
It's just,
than
it's just
what other
something
people
don't
have.
like doing. I mean, it really depends. Maybe people will get good at it, but I think there's a huge difference between open source software, where look, even people still use Oracle. When you can use, Postgres, you can use Mongo. People still pay Mongo, even though fundamentally the product's free.
Yeah.
Right. You could just install MongoDB for free. It's open source too. People still pay Databricks, right? People still pay Confluent. All those tools are free. Spark and Kafka. So, at the end of the day, people don't mind having their hand held and getting support and having guarantees, performance guarantees.
The ecosystem is bigger than just the model.
Yeah, well,
right? I mean, AWS has done a great job.
Now
It was $4 billion in Anthropic. Now it's $10 billion in Anthropic.
They're the winners. They're potentially the winners from GLM, right? Because you have, but back to CTO again. So assume you learned how to configure this stuff right and launch it right, and now you need a cluster. So you have to be a hardware guy too. And then what are you going to do? Keep up with hardware? Or are you going to sell your old GPUs and buy the new ones? And then what happens if there's a new thing that beats GLM? Like tear everything down? It's
a lot of CTOs are worried about getting locked into an ecosystem when things are changing so rapidly.
Well, exactly. Yeah.
So
you want the flexibility, but you also don't want to be switching back and forth like a maniac. And I think that's where Cursor wins. Cursor is unbelievable at just being able to switch back and forth between models easily, and I click make one.
Cursor first came out, you just heard what I heard, Martin, was it's just a wrapper.
Yeah,
just a wrapper, and you know what it is? It is a wrapper, but it's a very good wrapper. It's a very elegant wrapper.
That's good.
And when Elon decides to pay $60 billion for it, I mean, it's a game changer.
Right? Yeah,
that's all you need to know.
Yeah, my girl was somewhat skeptical. Did you see Bud yesterday?
I did. Yeah.
So great.
Getting bigger.
It's getting bigger.
Yeah.
But
your point, Martin, is interesting, right? There's a lot of discussion. Well, the reason GTM 5.2, which just came out and people are fiddling with it, I'm talking to someone later about, that worked at Google for a long time, about how significant it is. And at first point, it's pretty impressive with coding, right? And to
GLM
where
or
GLM 5.2, but it's not as good on reasoning and other things, right? So the debate is how does it compare to Codex and Claude Code? And, is it really comparable or not? And the open source advantage. But then you go into the bigger debate, does China are they catching up?
Yeah.
Right, to Anthropic, OpenAI in the US.
Yeah.
And the gap was perceived to be a 6-month gap in technology, but now that the government is putting pressure on Anthropic and OpenAI in terms of, can you release Fable 5 or should you do limited release? Is this really good for the US and America if China is actually pirating some of Anthropic's?
It's really good for hardware companies, right?
Oh, yeah,
if
absolutely.
If you're NVIDIA, you're loving this because you're sort of saying, I don't want Sam to have power over me. I don't want Dario to have power over me. What I don't mind is, in fact, a lot of people think NVIDIA's investment in Reflection, and they just invest in this other thing I saw the other day, which is more of a router company. Mm-hmm. They're very much trying to neuter the model makers and saying, we want to stay the biggest company in the world, right?
Yeah.
Why are we giving up this value chain, any part of this to the software guys? Obviously, they need the ecosystem to survive and thrive. Otherwise, it'll all die out. But how much of that is going to be Anthropic's and OpenAI's versus how much of that stays with NVIDIA. And, NVIDIA actually, really long time ago, put up the first transformer site. I think basically OpenAI, was playing around with the transformers, and NVIDIA actually made the first demo of ChatGPT. It was called Talk to Transformer. And so, NVIDIA, the point of the story is NVIDIA, that was GPT-2.
Yeah.
And I thought it was the most amazing thing I've ever seen. And, it could barely, imagine it just like, it's like you're talking to a schizophrenic. And, but it was still cool because it was like, we didn't have, you could never talk to a schizophrenic. Being a computer scientist your whole life, you're a developer your whole life. It was still a miracle. Now you can't even describe how crazy it is that it can do math and all this stuff.
Yeah.
But the point of the story is that, NVIDIA has a series of vested interests in making sure that people understand what can they do with these machines, et cetera. Now people know, but at the same time, if they take if they don't let OpenAI have some profit, which they'll just raise the prices, and they've been doing that. Taiwan Semi's now raising the prices, I guess. And, so you're going to see this, like, how do you squeeze enough? And we're talking about Cerebrus as well today.
Oh, are you?
Yeah. We're sort of a little bit of Cerberus, but it's a weird situation because, they have this, like, really low margin. Our friends say that they, have big in-field failure rates, that the chips get swapped out. They reported, they said next quarter we're going to do about 35% gross margin, which is pretty low. 38, something like that. And maybe that'll improve, maybe it won't. Somebody in here was long and they said the wafer yields are very good.
Yeah.
And that might be true because the whole wafer system, so I would hope the yields are good. But
Cerebrus is an interesting one, Martin. I'm pretty familiar with it. I've met Andrew a few times and some senior people there. The company started in 2015.
Yep.
And
they're calling you Caesar Milan, by the way. So.
But
you guys think you can bully Alan? You're wrong.
No, don't.
We're a long time Wall Street OGs. You're not bullying us.
So Caesar says that Cerebrus, it took them a long time to get traction, right? You can see it now.
It took them a long time. It took Brock a long time.
I mean, what the game changers were the relationship with Sam and OpenAI, right? To do some training there. And I mean, it is much faster, right? This wafer scale engine that they have, which I've held it in my hand. I mean, it's big and it's expensive, but it's a lot faster, right? Whether you say it's 10 or 15, when you do an inference and we're running, and you don't, people don't want to wait, for the answer. And you're watching it grind out, whether it's Claude or OpenAI. I mean, so they have a huge advantage in terms of speed. Now, how much of the market is going to be that type of fast inference that's needed? Right? I mean, is it just for high frequency trading? Is it just for edge compute, or is it going to be much better?
It's going to be. Sam said the new model is going to be running on Cerebrus, which is very bullish. Yeah. Cerebrus stock balanced on that, but the fundamental questions, like for example, they've given guidance that expects a big second half ramp, but flat next quarter. And it's kind of like, are we being
conservative, or what are you doing? Look, they signed that big deal with AWS. And that, Cerebrus. Yeah, they did a big deal. I mean, the two game changers were, it was like January, I think, when they signed the big deal with AWS.
I forgot.
And
that's a big deal.
Yeah, it's a big deal. Right? I mean, that's how they got funding, and that's really kind of a catalyst to how it was OpenAI, then it was AWS, and the combination of both of those,
So they do inference disaggregation, which they're going to put the prefill on Cerebrus, and then the prefill on Trainium, and the decode on Cerebrus.
Decode, yes,
Holy
exactly.
That's kind of a that's a big.
It was a huge win for them. And
Martin, your office needs a drip. Your office drip needs a revamp.
What's drip?
Drip is clothing. What's drip?
I need drip coffee is what I need.
Yeah, exactly. Unk doesn't know what drip is. I was Unk. You must be senior Unk. But the when the kids call us Unk, that means we're
No comment. No comment. But yeah, Cerebrus is. Well, I wasn't expecting to get streamed live today, so.
No, these people are vicious. They love us too.
Oh God.
So, I don't know. Cerebrus. Something I actually, this is why you shouldn't trade stocks if you don't know the story. The Amazon, I'm not trading much, but the Amazon thing, it kind of does change the game a bit because, they can do GLM 5.2. And you hear about it, you see it on Twitter, you say, where do I get this?
Yeah.
Install GLM 5.2 and put shard it and do all this bullshit. Give me, where do I get it? AWS.
Yeah.
One click. And they take an open source model and now they margin on it. Right? I mean, that's pretty amazing.
Yeah.
And
The bedrock foundation of AWS has become so much better in the course of, I remember when they did the deal with Anthropic. And at that time, which is a year or 2 years ago, people thought they're way behind in OpenAI, with OpenAI. And you know what? That's worked out great. Anthropic has done a lot of work with Trainium 2 and 3, and we're getting to the more. So that ecosystem that AWS has put together with Bedrock is best in class.
Yeah, they're basically saying that, people are saying that Anthropic's not even using green anymore. That's their, that's the theory on both inference and training. But, we'll see. I think
I want to switch to memory. So it's
Yeah, I was
interesting.
about
You
to
were
say.
talking a lot about memory.
Yes.
Right. And when you're a Caesar and you're old and you see the memory, the analogy I was making to a friend of mine the other day was that the airline stocks people thought were just a terrible business. Warren Buffett said he never wanted to invest in the capital cycles.
He said the world would be better off if they went back in time and shot the Wright brothers. Capitalism a favor.
Yeah, he was stuck in which one for a long time,
Was he?
but
I didn't even think he ever was in
just over the course of decades, they destroyed value, and they didn't create any return on capital. Right? And if you look at the memory companies, right, there was periods where Micron, and you just said that they were a commodity business, and they would never get a multiple, and they'd never be a sustainable business. And you fast forward to the environment today, and the debate is whether Micron and Hynix and Exoxia, did we pronounce it right?
Right.
And Samsung, SK Hynix. Whether this is sustainable over a long period or not, because a lot of people on the street now are discussing whether Micron should get a multiple that's greater than 9 times.
And it's 9 times P. Right?
On P,
So,
right? Exactly.
That's a.
So the debate goes to, well, how sustainable is this greater earnings and revenue power? So if AI has legs and we get corporate use cases, which have really not materialized in any substantial way, but if we get, because a lot of the AI is training by the hyperscalers, right? But corporate usage has lagged from what people were expecting.
You think so?
I think so.
That's pretty bearish.
Yeah. Well, you know what though? It's still early, right?
I don't know. You see these Anthropic, I'll push back because you see these Anthropic numbers. Is that,
Yeah, is that? They're
is that
it's huge.
lagging? That seems like it's doing great, right? Where do you see the lag?
When you talk to people in the industry,
Yeah.
and usage, it basically comes from the consultants, right? So whether it's Accenture or E&Y and talking about what's the actual adoption at the corporate level for AI, there was a lot of fiddling and experimenting. What percentage goes from
Totally.
proof of concept
So now I see
to
what you're
production?
saying, yeah. So, and you see people like Coinbase and others saying they're finding ways to cut their token usage.
Yes.
So I think it's like the phrasing, maybe better phrased as, you had that big explosion in like April and May, people got their bills and they were like, we got it, and they're sort of like, okay, maybe, the experimentation can actually cost you millions of dollars.
We went from token maxing
Right.
to token maxing to, oh my goodness, look at the bill. What are we gonna do? Are we gonna try open source? We're gonna lower our bill?
So John here says Micron has big margins than Nvidia. Think about it. This is not sustainable at all. And that's
That's the debate.
Well, so from a technical perspective, this is the really interesting part is, what is it about DRAM? Is this your grandmother's DRAM, right? Like, I think things have changed where DRAM isn't what it used to be. It used to be that this stuff was true commodity trash that you could just make and spit out. And that was the old school DRAM. HBM is not that. you know, from my understanding, it is actually fairly intricate, requires advanced process nodes, is not like this easy peasy, anybody can just jump into this game. And, you know, there's only 3 or 4 players. So are you, you know, unless you see a 5th player, or unless you see somebody get into price wars, what's going to change?
Yeah. Well, what's going to change is something that we've talked about, which is that are we going to create new and innovative ways to not be dependent on high bandwidth memory?
Sure, but do you see a way? Because
I don't know if it's going to happen anytime soon.
Yeah.
Right? But I mean, when I was at GTC, the NVIDIA conference here a couple months ago, I mean, there's a lot of startups, private companies that are looking to solve this. So what are the bottlenecks? Energy, right? Energy is a bottleneck. Memory is a bottleneck. So what are we going to do to solve those issues long term? If you're Elon, you're saying, well, if energy is a problem, then maybe we should put data centers in space, right? If you're a semi guy and the answer is, well, how do we get around using high bandwidth memory? This goes to Cerebras. Cerebras doesn't use high bandwidth memory, right? And so they're not dependent on that.
SRAM,
Yeah. So, and you see NVIDIA bought Grok, which is incredible, right? I mean,
also SRAM.
exactly, right? So what is the environment going to look like in 12 to 24 months? You know, the market's telling you that HBM is going to be needed in a significant way for a long period of time.
You know, the market, to your point, the manufacturers will figure out if DRAM gets so expensive that it hurts the product, you know, they will find ways around it.
Yeah.
And, you know, one way or another. And, you know, clearly some rumors of the weekend at Intel looking to launch a memory product in 3 or 4 years. Lip-Wu-Tan, not stupid, you know, he's, unlike prior Intel management, you know, very shrewd dude, very willing to jump in and do the aggressive things. He hired, I believe, the CEO of SK Hynix.
I think so.
I think it was either, you know, they took a nice picture together.
Yeah, I remember when that press release came out.
Yeah, and it was like, I didn't understand if it was who exactly. So he was the former CEO of SK Hynix, you know, which seems like a pretty darn big, you know, pretty huge hire. And does it, you know, make you wonder if, you know, hey, if memory's, you know, $1 trillion. I mean, Intel, Micron's not bigger than Intel, right? I mean, that's a really big shock if you're Intel and you're saying, wait a second, you know, maybe we have to compete. And Intel used to make memory a long time ago. So I forgot who they sold it to. I'm not a memory historian like I'm a pharmaceutical historian.
Yeah, I don't recall.
But the Abivax now 133.
Yeah, I saw that this morning.
Yeah, biggest stock of the day. We've been on this stupid thing for like the better part of a year. It was this price. They had a cancer scare. It's always fun. And you know, the stock dropped to like 70 or 60 or something. And you know, here it's back. Now you could argue that it's weird because it's 10 billion market cap. I think that a lot of people don't know about these products that Pharma does know is that it's one of my friends who used to work at SAC. You know, SAC was Steve Cohen's hedge fund, now called 0.72.
0.72 now. Yeah, you have to be a certain age to be calling it SAC, which I do for a lot of times.
Yeah, Unks out here still calling it SAC. But I think that the reality is, you know, one of my friends from SAC 20 years ago, we used to ruminate over this, is that when you sell over $1 billion in revenue in pharma, your margins start to get pretty insane. So like, we were talking to Lipitor at the time.
Yeah.
It's a big seller. And he said, Martin, do you know Lipitor operating margins are at Pfizer? It's about 90%.
Yeah.
Are you kidding me? What business on planet Earth has operating margins of 90%? He said, think about it. What's the chemical cost? And I'm like, okay, that's nothing. That's a couple percent. COGS. He said, so where's the other spending? It's advertising, sales force, etc. He said, Martin, you cannot spend that much money.
On
Like,
that.
if you try, and when you watch television and you see the commercials all just blanketed with pharma stuff, that's that money. Right? And like, that's that billion on the 13 billion or 1.3 billion. And maybe 300 is COGS. You know, maybe it's 2 billion. You know, the point is you cannot spend like 5 billion. You know, you would literally buy out all the advertisements in the world. And, you know, at that point, you know, you only need one per, you know, every commercial break or, you know, whatever it is. But like, you see on TV, you'll see an Abbey commercial every commercial break. And on certain channels, you know, geared to, maybe older people or whatever. So I think, on Abivax, so let's say it sells 5 billion, you pick a number out of your hat, you probably have 4 billion in margin, which is, not what people model. And, pharma more or less gets it, but if you can't put a 20x on these things because they're not really long-term assets. But even if you put a 10x on that, it's a 40 billion cap and we're at 10 here. So it feels weird to buy it up, and this is one of the hardest things in trading. This is interesting for our audience, I think, is, how do you buy, a stock that's up and away, and you still have to have the guts to just keep buying. And, it's so easy to sort of sell and say, well, I made so much money, why should I be, taking
the Unk phrase of water flowers and cut your weeds. Right. So, I mean, this momentum driven bull market that we've had, right, for a period of time now, you buy up. Right. I mean, remember when NVIDIA had the blowout quarter? And it was up a bit. That moved it up, and it was a big sign that everybody's like, oh, Jesus, should I buy it here? Should I not? Well, you should have bought it. You should have bought it up 25% that day.
Yeah, no problem.
Right. Yeah. I mean,
once things change materially.
Yeah. See, that's the thing. I think a lot of PMs and analysts, the difference between when people made a jump. Right. There were a lot of portfolio managers that you and I know that were value oriented kind of thing, and then you can't think, and you get stuck into that mentality, and you see the guys like Dan Loeb have been able to transform from a special situation, small deep value, to owning Google.
Yeah.
Right.
Well, that's what Steve Mandel really, I was, working at a Cub, shout out to my old boss, Steve Shapiro, and Steve loved, I think Steve thought Mandel was the best out of the Tiger guys.
Mandel's very good.
He basically took down the whole Dutch auction for Google. He was the biggest, there was a weird IPO for you guys that are too young, probably weren't born yet. The Google IPO in 2004, I want to say, was a Dutch auction. So you had to put in your bid. And it was like the weirdest thing. The Google idiots, not idiots, of course, but, quirky guys,
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
And they put in this, like, bizarro kind of, thing where you had to.
It was a Dutch auction, and the language in this. Remember, we'll do no evil.
Do no evil.
That's crazy.
Everyone was like, who are these guys? And it was like a 30 billion cap, which is quaint in consideration. I remember talking to Sequoia at the time. They were looking at making an investment in a vendor that I was using, and Sequoia, I had to mention. I said, I'm happy to give you a customer reference, but I got to mention Google. And he said, I think it's one of the few stocks we have that was 100x before the IPO. It'll probably be another 10x, so it'll be 1,000x after the IPO. Well, they were wrong. Yeah. It's another 100x.
Unbelievable.
After the IPO too. But in any event, back to the point here, which I totally forgot. But the discipline of being able to buy a growth stock while being quote unquote value investor. I think that the hardest thing is to sort of see multiple years of earnings growth, and like if a company grows earnings 30, 40, 50% a year for 5 years, it's really hard to, the right multiple from a business school perspective is like 200 times or 300, right? So like it's very hard to viscerally kind of understand that. That's kind of one of the issues with Cerebras, but also Abivax and any other high growth stocks. Is sort of, you buy a little, it goes up 30, 40%. The temptation is, all right, I'm smart, I did a great job.
Yeah.
But in reality, you really have to think about, is this a 4 or 5x?
Yeah.
And am I being a retard for trimming here at a 30% gain?
Mm-hmm.
And it's a really tricky one. I remember when I IPO'd, and we gave Steve Cohen a good allocation, and it was like $8, and I think at 24 he just sold all of it, and I was. For years later, I was stuck in the mud for the next.
Well, what I've heard, I don't know him personally, but the people I know that work with Steve, what he's so great at, he might have sold it at 24, but he could have bought it all back at 25 or 23, right? I mean, he's such an aggressive trader.
Well, he did get out completely, and I think that what was amazing, I was pissed at the time because I really set aside, stock for certain funds, and I was like, you guys can't trade this, and of course, you can't tell them what to do. And so they sell it all. And what's funny is, I'd end up leaving that company, but that stock didn't recover from 24 for like 10 years or something like that. So, it was really a prescient call. I basically said up too fast, up too much too fast, and it was like, you guys like a computer, but ultimately, that's what makes this game hard. It's not that obvious. It's not that easy. And I think
well, I think about SpaceX when you're talking about this, right? I mean, you've seen all the bulls, Brad Gerstner, and a number of people that just say that I think this is cheap here and this and that. And are they? I mean, I'm not picking on Brad, but are they talking their book when we got a lockup of substantial shares here that's going to happen in 30 days? I mean, you got a big, but SpaceX. I mean, it reminds me of when Facebook went public. Remember when Facebook went public? And my friend was a CFO. I mean, they didn't trust in Ebersman, David Ebersman. Remember him?
I didn't know.
Yeah. Good guy. I was at Oppenheimer when he was there.
It's funny because he was at Genentech for a while.
Yes, he was at Genentech. Yeah.
He was a sell-side analyst. Was he Morgan Stanley before that, or I forget where?
He covered biotech at Oppenheimer for years.
Then he covered biotech.
He was a star. He was a star.
Yes, he was. Yeah.
And then he went he wanted to work in industry. Went to Genentech.
Yeah.
Right, and it was a star over there. I think did he become CFO? I think he might have. But then he went to Facebook, and our stock was down. Everybody wanted to buy Facebook because everybody knew about it and this and that, but it was down 50%. Over the course of the next 6 months. But then look what happened. So you think about these IPOs, and you've seen a number of things try to compare. What is SpaceX going to do? You're clearly in an environment where the dynamics are a lot different with this IPO, right? We have retail allocated to 20%, and I saw somewhere where a certain Korean brokerage firm didn't get their allocation. So, and you had a number of people involved here. The dynamics, it was not just so easy as I'm going to get shares and I'm going to make it, go 2 days and be up 50%. You get to think about the dynamics, but long term, I mean, you got to think about where it's going to be 5, 10, 15 years from now.
Yeah, and that's really tough.
That's the unknowable.
And
You're betting on a guy, right?
That's it.
That's been incredibly successful. Can you really sit here, Martin, and say, well, the space business is worth X, right? Or Starlink is worth Y?
Well, Starlink's easy.
Right? Yeah, Starlink is a lot easier.
Kind of put some numbers on that, but for space, who the fuck knows, right?
Exactly.
We're I don't know if we can afford NASA, when you have this. I think this is a problem with defense too. Is that you have a really small customer. I mean, they're huge in one sense, but the customer for OpenAI is anybody who needs a brain. And it's like, no, everybody needs that. Anybody who needs to store information for Micron. Okay, that's a lot of stuff that can expand on and on and on and on. But defense, it's like, no, the budget for defense is not going to 10x.
Yeah.
Right, God willing. The budget for space is not going to 10x. Now, unless it's productive. Now, we know defense isn't so productive. I mean, again, hopefully there's peace in the world. Space maybe could be productive, but it's hard to imagine what that's going to look like. And, but I think you're in a different paradigm because you're talking about a guy that, and I hate glazing, as the kids say. Glazing is, adulating. I hate glazing Elon, but, the guy's kind of from outer space. I mean, it's really hard to bet against him.
Absolutely.
And I know our other friend, our other potential co-host, is maybe less of a fan of Elon. I was talking to our mutual friend, Brian, and I said, well, she was very bearish on SpaceX. He said she was bearish on SpaceX. She was really bearish on Elon. And there are people who've been bearish on Elon forever.
Yeah.
And they've learned, I talked to Mark Andreessen about this. They've learned that, never bet against Elon, and eventually just capitulate and give him money. And he makes it work. And, the one question is, is he chopped Unk? Unk is like just...
Well, think about this, Martin. Like Charter just didn't act right. Think about the Malone Mafia, right? So I'm going to date, right? I mean, people said that don't bet against Malone. And that worked for 20 years, right? But then it stopped working.
Yeah,
and then all of them stopped working. People had all these pieces where there's Liberty this, Liberty that, F1 that, and okay. And you know what?
Did you know that hasn't worked, or because I don't.
If you added up all the pieces, I'm wondering whether you have to be in the right ones to do it. But it clearly wasn't the bet.
It wasn't the whole thing.
It wasn't the bet like the easy money where you just give Malone money and he'll realize value.
That's true.
Right? So I only say that, Mark, because when you say like, should we just bet on Elon to be successful at anything he does? I'm not saying you shouldn't. Right? There's worse things to do with your money than to bet on smart people doing brilliant things. But
true, but everybody in here knows I like this Timu Caesar guy. Okay, I'm glad. I don't know what it is. Maybe it's a tan.
Oh, yeah. I was in Greece for a couple weeks, so I got the tan. So I'm not normally this dark.
The guys in here know. Yeah, one guy says Elon is a fraudster. This is Matt Dome. Guy can't figure out FSD. Look, that's not true. You know, if you ever, my girl, I don't even driver's license, but we have Tesla, and the thing works. I mean, FSD does work. People do enjoy that. Yeah. I think that. What about the 1 million robotaxis? Oh, this is the part of the.
See, this is the thing about Elon. If you go back to the Tesla days when Tesla stock traded between 25 and 50 for 3 or 4 years, people just shorted it in there before it went to 1,000, right? Elon said stuff that never materialized. Sure. Right? He goes, I'm going to have X number of S cars and this and that, and all those targets were wrong.
Right.
Right. So, but look what happened. Right. I mean, eventually he was able. He's so stubborn, and I read his biography, which what is it? Walter Isaacson, that's a good book, not a great book, but he goes through Elon.
Yeah.
And you know how many times he blew up rockets? I mean, he was on the precipice of bankruptcy many times, right? They blew up many rockets over the course of a decade out in some island, right? But in the result of that, what's so great about what Elon did was that he learned from every time one of those rockets blew up. It's like $300 million down the drain. It's like, well, you know what? We learned that we need to use steel,
right?
Not the aluminum. So look, he's been hugely successful.
So this guy Matt goes. So isn't that fraud if none of those things materialize? Look, one, you have safe harbor to make predictions about your business. Just because you predict something and it doesn't happen, that's not, every business person in the world would, Yeah. I mean, we can predict stuff about my business today, and it'll be wrong by the end of the day. So, it's it's not that easy. And it again reminds me of so many stories here, but I've told a story in the past about how my lawyer calls the SEC, and they have something called a no names basis call. So you call and you say, I have a client who wants to do this. He wants to put this in his 10Q. And he said, what do you guys think? Buffett's done it 1 million times. And the SEC goes, is your client Buffett? And he said, no. And the SEC says, then he can't do it. So the point is that, Elon's earned the right to make some predictions that are a little wild.
Yeah.
Because look, the guy's built a huge car company. He's built a big space company. He's done well. Now, could the emperor really be wearing no clothes? Look, at this point, it's really hard to.
Well, let's go back to the specific question about whether it's a fraud or not, right? He's giving you everything's hedged on his conversations. He's giving what he thinks he can do, and he missed those targets for Tesla delivery of the cars
over and over again,
over and over and over. And so,
but the business
I don't think it's fraud. Right?
No,
I mean,
fraud
it's
is
just
yeah. If you fraud is when you drive the car, it doesn't work.
Well, let's take who's the woman with the biotech company that?
Theranos.
Thanos, right? So
Theranos was.
Let's see the difference between what Elon did and what she did.
Well,
right?
She
fabricated, right? I mean, instead of using the microfluidics technology, she sent the tests to Beckon and Dickinson to run them, right? Elon didn't do that. Elon just said, I think I'm going to make X number of cars, and he didn't hit it. Right?
No doubt about it.
He didn't send them to GM to have them to make the cars.
No doubt. I mean, I don't want to pick on Elizabeth because one of the things about that process, we actually don't know what happened there. It's kind of like if you weren't there, you trust the courts a bit, but you also, it's hard to know for sure what the heck happened because if I'm her, just the fact that you have rival machines, okay. Why not? We believe it or not, may use our competitor software sometimes to check out how it works and what it does. Everybody does.
Yeah.
And I think that, that John Carreyrou guy, like, I just really hate it when people crap on entrepreneurs and, and again, I'm not saying Elizabeth didn't commit crime. She probably did, but we just don't know exactly what happened in those four walls. I don't particularly trust the federal government. Carreyrou is an interesting guy. He's kind of a clown. So
what you really think?
Some of these journalists are good, right? And they do heavy work. But Carreyrou recently had a thing in the New York Times where he says he found out who Satoshi was, and he claimed it was Adam Back. Now everybody thinks, and a lot of people think Satoshi is Adam Back, but his article was so kind of like, gee whiz, I got it, and everyone read it and were like, you're kidding, right? So the guy is kind of, I'm not sure, he sold a lot of copies of that book.
Yeah.
Right. And what I've learned about the media is the story is more important than the reality. The story is really exciting. If the reality was, look, her shit didn't work that well. Yeah, that's probably true. But
I don't know if we should keep talking about it, but it is interesting. Remember when biotech was hot and microfluidics, and we're going to put everything on a chip? We're going to have a lab on a chip.
There's a company called Affymetrix back.
Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah. Bought for nothing.
But the reality of the situation, it's very hard.
Yeah, and I think
if you want to make transition, that's what they want to do with chips now. I mean, they want to. They want to etch on the back of a chip so that you could make it more productive. Right? I mean, Microsoft. Right? Microsoft a year ago came out and said they had some etching technology they could put on the back of silicon so that you can perhaps use less energy. With
Microsoft's funny, man. They
What do you think of Microsoft the Quantum? I never.
Yeah. So
that was a big announcement.
This dovetails with kind of what I was going to talk about. So Microsoft has, and I know the guy and his son who started Microsoft Research, and this was literally 35 years ago, legendary dude. And I'm not sure what Microsoft Research has done, other than being a cost center, and I think a lot of these guys wanted to be Bell Labs. So Microsoft inspired me, actually. They had a photonic chip, and it inspired me. Mm-hmm. I can't find a single soul in Microsoft that knows that they even have this. So you've got the quantum. Allegedly, there's a rumor that Microsoft's spending $300 a year on quantum. Mm-hmm. That's actually kind of a small quantum effort. Mm-hmm. It's bigger than most of the publics, but it's probably not as big as Google or IBM or Honeywell. It's probably, third or fourth place kind of sized effort. And I'm just sitting there like, remember way back when, was it Rick Sherland or who was at Microsoft?
Goldman Sachs?
Yeah.
Rick Sherland was the Goldman Sachs analyst that was he brought Microsoft public.
Right.
I think didn't he go to Microsoft? I think
he did.
Yeah, he did.
He did.
Yeah.
So way back when Microsoft was accused of earnings smoothing, that was a really big controversy. And I kind of looked at it as a young man and said, this is really clever. Because at the end of the day, you can control your rev rec. And this is what Computer Associates used to do. Get them in a lot of trouble. But, if you have $1 billion contract and you say, all right, well, my client doesn't care how I recognize this. If I am in a pinch for revenue, I do it over 3 years. If I'm not such a pinch for revenue, I do it over 5 years. And if the client agrees, the client agrees. And then expenses, you can kind of do the same thing. So if you want to beat by a cent every quarter, which is the Cisco, kind of the old Cisco thing, I'm going to tell my quantum guys, look, whatever big machines you guys want, purchases are delayed to Q3, and, we're going to beat Q2 by 2 cents, and then you can go hire, all you want. In fact,
if I need the school of GE Jack Welch of earnings. It's not
manipulation.
Management.
Yeah, earnings management, right.
And GE got a huge multiple for a long period of time
because of the consistency.
Yeah, for the consistency.
Yeah. Every guy at Dreyfus, he's sitting down, right? Another beaten raise from GE, and the world's changed a lot. Nobody gives a shit anymore.
See, look at Microsoft. I mean, the stock's down 25% this year.
That is another subject. But
before we get
to that,
you want to keep on the quantum, then
no. Before we get to that, I was just going to say, I don't even look at EPS anymore.
No, I don't.
Right? It's just revenue.
No. Yeah.
I look at the costs, but I don't give a shit about whether they beat EPS or not because it's such a that game is long gone.
Go into even EBITDA. Well, that's for non-tech, but these traditional metrics of how to value companies. That's why some of the people we know are not around anymore.
That's right.
Right, because they stuck to these metrics that people whether
if you're still trading like it was the 90s, it's over.
90s, I mean, you're not around anymore.
Griffin was funny. Somebody said, I think it was at Yale talking, and somebody said, "Do you think you'd be a good trader today?" And he said, "Absolutely not." He said, "I can pretend and muffle around, but basically the latest techniques I know are from the 90s. Yeah. So you got to learn these new techniques." I have a friend. We used to work together. Really sharp guy. He's probably watching. He's up a ton this year. I saw him starting to do some quant stuff. I said, what the, I'm thinking in my head, what the F do you know about quant But at the end of the day, I've been trumpeting all my followers to start learning how to do quantitative investing because one, I've told them, everyone's scared to do it. And I said, it's not as scary as it sounds. These techniques, they make you, and again, we have great friends at all these firms, but all the quant firms, part of one of their MOs is a little bit to be mysterious and to, make it sound like it's impossible to do what they do. I don't know if that's active and like deliberate or not, but it's simpler than it looks. And so I see, he started to deploy some of these. That's just great, and when people say, oh, your little stupid, algorithm's not going to outperform, not going to outperform Jump or, one of these big shops. And it's like, well, where do you think they started? You think they started with a master algorithm? No, you find a little thing that works and you keep running with it and you modify it, and before you know it, you're Renaissance. And you can't give up. You can't go in with the attitude that I'm gonna just lose money if I try this. I mean, Jim Simons lost money his first little bit. So you gotta persevere, keep trying things, and that's what creativity is all about. These guys do things a certain way.
Well, you would know better than me, Mark, because I don't follow quants. But there was a period where a lot of the quants were using the same algos, and so when D. Shaw was down, whatever, so were the other quants.
Yeah.
Right? That's kind of
it's more or less diverged.
Right?
Yeah.
I mean, Jane Street, that huge article, hugely successful. Susquehanna, hugely successful. So it seems to me, but I haven't been following this closely, that the correlation between the quants is.
I think it's spread out. I think part of it is they're just money-making machines now. I think a big thing that a lot of people don't realize is a lot of it is leverage. So how much leverage do you want to put in the system? And what's funny about that, talking to some guys, let's just say some of the very biggest, and some people call them market makers when they're talking about the Jane, the Citadel securities, and let's see who else, Susquehanna, versus the funds, which are Two Sigma, D. Shaw, Renaissance, etc. In many ways, they're the same, but they have different rules. The funds can go offshore and borrow 50x. Okay, now nobody wants to borrow 50x, but the problem with the onshore market makers is they're governed by what's called the OCC, Office of the Currency Controller, and they govern broker-dealer leverage. So you can't get a whole lot.
Which is significantly less than 50 times.
Yeah. You basically top out around 5 or 6 times.
Yeah.
And
that even sounds like a lot, but I don't know.
So
after the financial crisis, and you put in all these rules for the banks and regulatory, then you put a cap on leverage.
I think the secret to quant, and I think one of the things we want to do at Godell a little bit is demystify this. One of the secrets that makes it really hard for the individual to get into this game is that you really have to trade like 3,000 stocks. And so you might buy and sell Micron or Microsoft very quickly, but your finger will wear out very fast if you're trying to get 3,000 stocks at once. And you have to beta hedge, because if you're on the bid side of 3,000 stocks and somebody hits you across 3,000 stocks, well, you have to have the wisdom to know, well, how far is my bid away from the best bid, and where's my hedge? I'm shorting SPY alongside. So I'm also on the ask of all these stocks, and how far close am I the best bid? Do I narrow that bid? Et cetera. And this is all, to me, very much this idea that the old specialists, there's this guy, John Mulheron, some of these old names, all the Spear Leads, Kellogg's guys, Steve Starker, all those dudes, they didn't make a fortune because they were geniuses. And quite frankly, and I don't want to insult anybody, they didn't really make a great fortune because they were great traders either. When you're on the bid side and the ask side at whatever price you pick and people have to trade with you, you by default make money. Why? Well, the guy who's scared and sells you at the bid has to cross the bid ask, and the guy who's panic FOMOing into the stock and is crossing the bid ask and buying, well, you're crossing them all day. And you're making, in those days, 20, 30 cents, now 2 or 3 cents. But, that is default going to be your position of being able to skim that profit. And taking inventory on can be a little scary, but you don't take on massive amount of long inventory without some short inventory too, right? So, and you can work this stuff out over time, and in general you just make a ton of money because you are patient. So I buy 50,000 Coke, you sell me 50,000 Coke at the bid, Coke's down $1. Okay, well, I don't need to sell it tomorrow. Right, I can hold this thing for a week or two, work itself out. And by the way, if 80 guys want to all sell me stuff, I'm going to sit here and say, wait a second, maybe I shouldn't buy 50,000 Coke, 100,000 Pepsi, 200,000 G. You know, let me maybe hold on to some of my short inventory that I was gonna liquidate, and now I more or less have S&P. And if you have the S&P at leverage plus an extra 50 bips, times the turnover, it's just a recipe for making money.
Yeah.
And those guys disappeared because electronic guys did it. And the electronic guys started beating each other up over it, but there's still plenty of profit that comes from the guy at Fidelity saying, you know what, I just met with Amex management, I don't like it anymore. I'll sell 10 million shares of Amex over the next week. That's not enough for one firm. All these guys have to split it up and take it down. And, arguably, what's kind of getting interesting is you're actually potentially having this very dampening effect in the market where like the intraday vol, and some people call, there's different words for like dispersion. The intraday vol of these stocks is starting to get very low, and like overnight surprise is maybe where almost all your alpha is. This is something quants measure. So like if you do a analysis, if you bought stocks at 931 and sold them at 359, it's actually you lose money. So it's really fascinating that, and then the question is, okay, well, should I short it at 931 and buy them at arguably yes. And but the problem is, at 4 o'clock, you go home, mergers happen, quarterly beats happen, new product launches happen, all the press releases come out. You wake up, stocks, again, not any individual stock, but in general, they're up like 10 bips, and that kills your like 5 bip alpha. So you hold this overnight risk to get that alpha, and that's what the markets are all about. So it's a fascinating space, and it really is. I don't know how many long short guys are going to survive, and many have retired, adapted. Many of them are farming their money out.
What you're highlighting is that, the amount of money that quants control these days and the amount of trading volume they do on a daily basis is just incredible, right? That's why you see some of these pretty big moves, whether it's in the market or individual stocks, because these quantitative traders and funds, their books are made so that when you break certain levels, it's just automatic sell or buy allocation, and a lot of people are doing it, and it puts added pressure and increased volume. Now some, right? Speaking of Dan Loeb, I saw him on a podcast recently, and he says that that's an opportunity.
Yeah.
Right. So you could take advantage of the volatility in certain names and sectors because the quants are doing certain things, whether it's platforms or quants. If you're valuing companies over a long-term time frame, it gives you an opportunity to make money against these predetermined buying and selling pressure points.
It's a really interesting point. One guy in our chat, Cav, says, just back to the bit bigger point here, which is need to keep learning and getting uncomfortable. I think that's really the key. And I think that another person says, quant is dumb. Just believe in what you think the future holds. Well, the returns aren't dumb. The returns are quite good. In fact, there was a tax leak years ago. Some guy hacked the IRS or something. And this is when the Panama Papers came out.
Oh,
you remember those?
A while ago.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And somebody got a hold of the top, 1,000 taxpayers. Could you imagine just being able to sort that and tell? You're like, all right, who's in there? So, number one was Jason's old boss. The founders of Two Sigma. They had 3 or 4 billion in taxable income. And, so I think the quants are not dumb. I think that, in fact, they're pretty good. But I think that first era of quant is now, well, there have been many eras. Whatever version we're on, V3, V4 of quant is going to be really scary. If you think it's bad now, these guys, the quants now have fundamental analysts in their pocket, which is AI. So if they...
it's interesting. So when someone asked, a CFO of a publicly traded company we're talking to a while back, and they said, how much of the market do you think quantitative are using AI to trade?
Yeah.
And we talked to some big shops that I won't name, big quantitative shops. And the first response, Martin, was that, Alan, we've been doing this for years, right? AI, machine learning, it's been around forever. We're not using Claude code to come up with some more. But if you're not $50 billion quant fund and you're 200 or a billion or whatever,
right?
It's amazing how many of those funds were fiddling and coming up with stuff to try to be able to compete with a $50 billion hedge fund. So there was this dichotomy developing, and there was an article recently that talked about how more and more people are doing it, and how some hedge funds have started by just, it was interesting, just the article, Magnetar,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
Which is they're the biggest shareholder in CoreWeave when it came out, and all this kind of stuff. Fundamentally driven firm. Just raise the fund where they're
The
going to
AI
have
fund.
they're
Yeah,
going to
yeah,
have AI.
yeah.
They're going to have AI. They're not going to have any analysts. It's all AI agents.
Yeah, I mean,
doing all
we'll
the
see how it does,
trading.
right?
Yeah.
But I think the dynamically allocating, like if you think about what a fund of fund does, we've both been in that business. You know, you have great numbers, they funnel more money into you.
Yeah.
You have bad numbers, they start asking how do they get it out, and you know, why not do the same thing for agents? And when we first started, before we met, we were going to do some of this agent-based trading and agent-based personalities. So we named one of our avatars Kathy. You'll find Kathy in the code here and there. Then we had Warren or Ben, was a little more opaque reference to Ben Graham, but you know, we had these different kind of investor profiles because the agents can kind of have different personalities. The agents like, well, I love growth. You know, I'm going to buy the SpaceX. But Ben will say, you know, I'm not paying for
I'm not
this
paying
shit, you know?
more than X times revenue.
Yeah, I'm not paying more than book value. You know, and, that's you know, that's a personality. I mean, there are stocks trading below book value. You know, they're out there.
Oh yeah.
You know, but you got to go into the, you know, corners of the market that most people don't want to go to, and that's maybe sometimes where the alpha is. But yeah, I think, you know, Soros said it once that, you know, you have to reinvent yourself every few years, and I do think there's something true to that.
And George, he would clean the book out.
Yeah,
right? He would just say, you know what, I'm going to sell everything.
I was talking about that earlier.
I mean,
you read
it's
my
just
mind.
amazing.
Yeah. Like I was like, if you do the exercise of, okay, you have your port, and I ask you to either close your eyes or cover it up, and can you reconstruct every position in very close order? And if you can't, hey, if you can't, then imagine three of us. If you,
A very engaging conversation coming soon.
yeah, I had Danny here yesterday, and he did a great job.
Yeah.
They made fun of him too. Just a classic internet stuff. I think that I think that if you can't reconstruct your portfolio perfectly, then you know you sort of have this trouble, because I really like doing that, because then I say, oh, I was really only in XYZ stock because I was married to it. And if I had to start a portfolio over tomorrow, if you know, Tia Kraft comes over and says, Alan, I want to give you a new $1 billion account. What are you putting in it? And you look at your
portfolio and say, well, I wouldn't own that.
I wouldn't own that today. Then you got to sell it.
It's a wake up call,
Yeah.
slap in the face,
Yeah.
right, Mark?
Get me out of the
Geez,
shit.
if I'm gonna, if I starting from scratch today, would I own that? And it's amazing how many PM and analysts, just because there's a term for it, right? You got this loser. You wake up in the morning thinking about it. You've lost so much money. You're kind of hoping and praying something positive is gonna happen out of it.
Exactly.
In my book, it has to be some of these SaaS companies. You know? We all like, Jesus. Well, what a lot of people, 5 years ago, most books were probably 80% software, 20%.
Sure, yeah.
Now it's flipped.
Yeah.
Right. I mean, somebody asked me a couple of years ago, Alan, what do you think of semis? And I go, oh, it's a commodity business. Right. I said, well, you know what?
You were
now
right.
the books today are 80 to more percent is hardware.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Software, people are like, oh,
Optical
so
connections.
You mentioned ServiceNow. I mean, ServiceNow, Adobe, HubSpot, and
Yeah, it's all dogs.
Salesforce, and
Nobody
they're
wants
like, well, what are you gonna do?
I was at a dinner last night with a sell side analyst who covers quantum, and they had a tech specialist there as well, the TMT guy, and you know we were talking about some of this, and you know it's amazing that you know we're talking about quantum, and they said one of the guys, a sales guy at the same firm said, well, you know, when quantum starts to succeed, and I really like what this guy said, except for this one thing. He said, when quantum starts to succeed, won't just IBM or Google snap these guys up? And I said, you know, it's funny. Sounds great, but Salesforce sure thought they could snap up OpenAI and Anthropic, and now they turn around and say they're snapping up. They're going to snap us up. You know, poor Mark Benioff sitting there saying, "Wow, it's not. We don't live in a world of business objects. PeopleSoft, Siebel, you know, remember Bob J, Cognos, you know, some of these companies. You know, this is 20 years ago, enterprise software companies, and we don't live in that world anymore where, you know, you can look at an enterprise software company that's promising and they're going to grow 20 to 30% a year. And at some point you go to the shareholders and say, listen, or the board, you guys have to, you know, at some point take the W, you know, exit to us for $8 billion. And Mercury Interactive, you remember them? Or,
I do.
You know, any of these old JDA software, all these old enterprise players that mostly got bought up by Oracle. But, you know, they inevitably rode off into the sunset with, you know, $500 million Tibco. You know, the
Yeah,
Tibco
I remember
guys.
Tibco software.
Yeah, he owns the Sacramento Kings. You know, so like you ride off into the sunset. Larry integrates your stuff. Larry gets richer than you, but regardless, you know, why are you taking the L? Now it's like I talk to Valley kids all the times, you know, and mentor these guys, and they're just like 10 billion or bust, you know, and then at 10 billion, they're like, no, 100 billion or bust. I mean, look at Cursor. They cried uncle at 60 billion. Quite frankly, they're one of the few exceptions. It looks like they made a mistake. You know, it looks like
a good point.
And the question is Elon paying him enough to make it work? And that's what happened with Grok, where Grok got 20B, which now looks like less than maybe they should have gotten. But what I heard is there's another 20B for the team to keep them there. I heard one guy, I won't say who, but not the top two guys we all know, lower on the totem pole, was, you know, scientist, key part of the deal, and Google wanted to give him 200 or 300 million. And this is the kind of deal that was like, no strings attached, you know, unless you quit tomorrow, you know, no strings attached, you know, 200 or 300, whatever you want, cash, stock, up front, you name it, just come over here. And NVIDIA matched it, you know, and this is just a guy, you know, it's not.
Grok had been around for years looking for a business, and then AI. Look, Cerebras is the same thing, and then or Sambanova. But what I heard with Ross was that he and Jensen didn't even know each other very well until they met at a conference months.
I believe it.
Months before that transaction.
I believe it.
happened. And then you hear all this talk about inference and what the question on the street was, what percentage of the inference market would NVIDIA have? Right? And then you had these ASIC-based players.
Well, that's
So
not that
with
movie's
Grok,
not
so now
done.
with Grok and LPX or LPU, I mean, what percentage of the market can they need to be in something that's more than just GPU, more to be, because, you know, outside of the typical architecture, and Grok brings a whole new element into the equation. Now, the question is, what percentage of the market? I mean, Jensen said it at GTC, it'd be, I think he said it could be 20% of the workloads.
Sure.
Right. So, but
Yeah, you hit
the Cerebras guys were, you know, they had an analyst day the next day after the announcement, which I attended. They were all giddy. They said that when Jensen bought Grok, that
pretty good.
verified
Pretty good sign.
that verified how much better we are. Right, we're 15 times faster. Right,
Yes.
than what they have. I mean, they were all
Well,
dancing
15
around.
times harder to implement and all
You
kinds
know,
of other things. I
it
mean,
depends on what kind of workload.
Yeah.
Right. I mean, the 10 to 15 times, you throw around these numbers. I mean, Grok would throw around numbers where X times faster.
And
But what
there's
application,
plenty
what
of
workload, what
asterisks
this
there
and this
too.
and
Yeah,
that.
yeah.
So it all depends.
You
right?
had to
These-
do only really tiny models if you're
Exactly.
Grok, you know, things like that.
With Grok, you get to tie to all these chips together. I mean, you'd probably go to the end of the.
Oh no, they're
Right.
really
No,
long.
you could
Yeah.
really long, and then, you know, how many do you need?
And you have loss and problems over that. You know, I'm into the stupid stock Shaz, SHAZ. This is share in AI.
Oh,
Okay, you know about these guys?
Yeah, I do.
It's basically a gigantic scam. And I'm long. I'm usually short this kind of stuff. And of course, predictably, I'm down. One time that I buy a Scamco, every other time they squeeze me to death. One time I tried to squeeze them, it doesn't work. So Leopold Aschenbrenner's long this thing. You know, it's 20% of this. It's an Australian. I mean, there's no other way to put it. It's a fucking scam. But the funny thing about Leopold is he can make this work. So when Nebius was just getting started, I had a friend who was really truly one of the first people at OpenAI who was laid off because they had robotics. Yeah. And that was their first thing, robotics. And they actually canned the robotics team. So this guy was just so unlucky because if he just survived, and I think he survived one or two layoffs, but if he just survived, he would. And I think he's done fine. But you know so anyway, he hits me up and he says, "Hey, these Nebius guys, you know, are just starting up, spinning off of the Russian fathers."
Mark, when that first came out, and some hedge fund guy mentioned, because Alan, you got to start looking at this Nebius. Nobody knew anything about it. People were short it right out of the box. You know, it got spun out of Yandex. Oh, it's associated with some Russian company called Yandex. Where did they get that wrong?
Yeah, exactly. And
I mean,
he said
cow.
He said they're really good. They're really smart.
Yeah,
they have
that's
a bunch
what I
of
heard
GPUs.
too when you talk to people.
Do you want to be a client? And I'm just sitting there like, you know, I'm a small fry. You know, it's like, all right, you know, I'll chat with them. The CEO follows me on Twitter, and so forth. Now you fast forward, just a couple of contracts is all you need.
Yeah.
And you got a $20 billion, $50 billion thing. And
I was at a data center conference last summer called Yada. It's a big data center conference. That's when Nebius announced and Microsoft announced that deal. The stock is up 43%. People running around the hallways. Were like, oh my God, you see this?
So if you're
And you know what? You could have bought it right there.
right.
You could have bought it right there, up 43%.
Yeah,
that
still
day.
made it work.
We made a couple 100% after
Yeah.
that.
So Leopold has, one of the biggest hedge funds in the world now. And so he buys 20% of Sharon. I'll tell you why it's a scam code in a second.
I got to hop in 1 minute. I got to call in 2 minutes.
Go. Take the
It's
call.
been a pleasure.
Thank you.
I look forward to being
As
on
usual.
more.
Yeah.
Right? All right.
I hope you guys enjoyed that.
We need to finish this.
Yeah, no, there's a lot to that.
Nice.
See you later.
Yeah.
My co-host Alan. See what's going on in markets. Yeah, Alan's great. He's a long experience in biopharma. Yeah, so I mean, for Leopold, it would not be hard for him to sort of arrange a good hyperscaler deal for Sharon AI, and then Sharon AI is going to 5x. So now, will he do it? It's hard to say. But I think, he's going to try. I mean, he owns 20% of the freaking company. And he could theoretically get 100x if it happens. So, pretty big deal. He makes a few phone calls. He was very close to a lot of AI companies. So why not? I think it's not a bad move. So in any event, that's kind of what I'm thinking there. Thank you. Yeah, so basically, yeah, Leopold could help Sharon get a hyperscaler deal, and then you would see a pretty big move. I mean, you probably get a 5x out of Sharon. So all he needs to do is find somebody who wants to do a deal with these guys. And they've never built a data center, as far as I know. I could be wrong about that. The CEO is very sus. The CEO has a bunch of capers that he's gone through that, you can read about that are pretty sus. So in any event, let's see where we're at. I'm still on take 2. Somebody in Godell gave me this pick, and it's done really well along this stock called Araska that looks really good. Little biotech. This guy Jonathan Lim has sold several pharma companies. I'm long yeah, he's kind of like Adam Newman, exactly. Along Insmed. I don't know much about Insmed, quite frankly. I should probably do more work on that. I got way too much going on. Let's see, I'm long Lilly. Down $2 on Lilly. Long Nutrien. That has not changed. A lot of these have not changed. Prologis. Palantir, Praxis. Talking about Praxis? Reddit. Maybe this gives you guys some ideas on stocks to look at. Revolution, which I think Dusty put me in Revolution. And then Sharon, which is, this is just not going great for me, but, we'll see. It's yeah, it's a decent sized loser actually. And then I'm short SLS. I shorted some more, legging into it slowly. I shorted some at 16 this morning, so my average is 15. It's a tiny position, but I'm gonna keep adding to it as we approach the big event. Let's see. I brought some spruce. I'll buy some more of that. I think it was the Leopold thing, GT. I mean, I kind of see the. If it were me, I'd basically buy the stock and get them to do a deal. You know, that's kind of the approach I'd take. I have to see sort of where's my closed P&L. I bought Shaz this morning. Shorts are minus. They're like negative shares. I don't know if you've ever shorted anything, but I just restarted this portfolio on Friday, so I'm still building it back up. I'm going to work on Sarepta and some other ones. I have to refresh myself. No Microsoft, no. SLS down 10% as traders realize it is a scam. Oh, no, I think Leopold's the real deal. I mean, we'll see how it goes, but yeah. Should I short Joby? Joby looks like a dog. Wall Street Bets and Wendy's? Sure, I'll look at Wendy's. Fuck it. Okay, I've trimmed some Abivax, by the way. And I've traded a bit of it, quite a bit of it. So I gotta go see what my realized is. Yeah, let's see Wendy's. Because Wendy's hasn't really moved, right? I'm going to take a 5-minute break, talk to some of my colleagues. When we're back, we'll look at Wendy's. Thanks, guys. You have to run a business. God damn. Stupid stock. Why is SLS up so much? Well, it's down a little today. Yeah. Shaz, I like. Oh, wow. Let's back up a little bit. Okay, Wendy's. So why are people excited about Wendy's? Oh, this dog shit. It's just had a dead cat bounce. It's gone down every day for the last 3-4 years. What are these idiots thinking? Who cares? not everyone here is retail. There's plenty of people with huge accounts and some institutions, so don't assume everyone's retail. But you're not wrong. And it's not necessarily to use disparagingly. Remarkably stable business. Very low growth. Maybe not so great at cost control. They do have that mountain of debt that's not going away. Yeah, GLP-1s make it a short. Yeah, it's not bad. It's probably an okay long down here. Actually, I'll take it back. I thought it was 2.5 billion. At 3.8 billion, I'd stay away from it. It's my 2 cents. Unless you think growth is going to come back somehow. All right, whoever put me in this back blaze, this is Endless Void. I'm up quite a lot. Man, Cerebras has almost traded $1 billion. Damn. It's been a straight line down. It was $300-400 a share. That was out of control. Yeah, Wendy's looks like a sell or short. Does not look attractive at all. AMD's insane. How the hell? What? Wow, MediaTek's up a lot too. Advantest is definitely not on the Mexican exchange. Advantest. I guess it doesn't have Japan. That's like a Marvell. call real quick. Check. Sorry about that. I was on mute. The I don't remember. Stimavax was a long time ago at this point, but it was definitely like a year longer than people thought. So, I mean, this has certainly taken longer than even that, but it just means that the management team was even more wrong about how long these people live, or that a little more nefarious could be or not be nefarious actually, but you know, that they enrolled the healthiest AML people they could find for this reason, you know, possibly. I wouldn't put that past them, but I also don't think that's what they did, but it sort of makes sense to you know, that's the more likely scenario than anything else. To assume that, oh, it's got to be the drug is very amateur hour. Like most drugs don't work. This is a very old idea that hasn't worked before. Not too many drugs ever work in AML. Do any of those things prove that it's not going to work? No. But do they make it much harder? Yeah, I think it's not something I would bet a lot on or a newcomer to biotech. You're not banned. I can see what you're writing, so you were most certainly not banned. We are developing an API. Oh, Joby should be rallying now. This permit thing I just saw. Is that way? New news or not, but I got out of my Joby just in case. Not sure, Stoner. I got to work on it. Thanks for asking. We have OVME, which is options intrinsic value. So I don't know if that's what you're asking, but I'm not sure what alpha spread is. HR will be 1.00, most likely. Don't ever assume that a drug works without extraordinary evidence that it does. That lesson has been very useful for me. I like to short as we go in. Obviously, the stock's down a little bit today. It was up yesterday. You know, it doesn't really matter that much. It's all kind of random. Some people think they can game that. I think the main thing to game is, will the drug work or not? That's the thing to game. And obviously the answer here is no. Nobody in their right mind thinks... I don't think I've met a single pharmaceutical investor that likes this stock. So it's pretty obvious to fail. The question is, when will the shenanigans and the short squeeze end? That's a whole other story. This happened with cassava as well. As you guys may remember, it was rallying like crazy, and we were shorting it, and many of us are sweating. And, you know, with Sava now... oh, they changed the name, right? Vilana? Is that $1.18 scam? Same thing will happen here. It'll go back to where it was in penny stock land, and the CEO will get a bigger paycheck, and they'll be able to... That's what he really cares about. You know, he knows the trial's not going to work. It's more about, you know, Can I keep my job and get bonuses? Yeah, ATYR2, and then remember what was the other one we did? The Alzheimer's one. Immune. That was another funny one. We're looking at Marvell right now. Yeah, cancer vaccines have never worked, obviously, and that's there for a reason. I mean, they don't make any sense. You know, it's not like that's an illogical opinion. I mean, you can't vaccinate cancer away, unfortunately. It's a therapeutic vaccine, right? It's not a prophylactic. You think memory is a big bubble? Marvell doesn't have a 1% profit margin. I don't know what you're looking at. I've looked at ALDX, of course. One of my friends works there. Yeah, pretty much, Jack. That is how it works. That does work. Galt was good. Remarkable growth at Marvell. Can we get a reaction to Confident Web's DDs? What is Confident Web's DD? You guys, to you, this is the whole stock market. This little shitco. That the whole world is short. I think Toasty Bones, the next Sava is SLS. Yeah, I mean, just because you care about the the fake shit code doesn't mean that I have to care, but I do care. I just don't care about some randos, quote unquote DD. A pharma guy for 25 years. I built one of the more successful drug companies. So you think I need some randos due diligence? I got to tell you. Yeah, I'm starting a write up on SLS. I just don't have the time. Man, we can work on it on the weekend or something. I don't know. Marvell's pretty stunning because doubled revenue in a few quarters, 8 quarters. Still quite a healthy valuation. 26 times revs. Chelsea's been on the stream. I don't know how much she wants to be on the stream, but the internet can be a little toxic. There goes Micron. Yeah, I think 756 doesn't work, right? It's the other one. It works. Yeah, I saw this throughout the news. I'm up on my SLS, tiny SLS short. Wow, SanDisk up 7%. Damn. Somebody wants Vim mode. It's really funny. One of my developers wants Vim mode. Micron's traded 22 billion today. Holy shit. SanDisk 12 billion. Oof, more than Nvidia. Highly unusual. AMD's traded 9 billion, 10% of their 1% of their market cap. Pretty unusual. What's up, dudes? Co-CIO at Millennium, Paul Russo, to retire. Okay. about this trading on Godell. Let's take a look here. I just connected. Okay. We're back. This tiny account over here. Let's see. Let's see if I can get the ticket. It's a very low-end UI that we're going to hopefully replace very soon. Looks like dog shit. I'll show you the one that I built that looks much better. Okay. Filled out that price. This is what trading it on Godell looks like. I don't know why I was messing around with SpaceX, but I was. I bought a whole bunch at a high prices that I'm not going to get back. You'll see my new system looks really good. Show you what that looks like. Oh, I want to look close. 53. Okay, so this is like the colorful version, but I like this more professional version. You can see what it looks like. And what's cool about this is I can quickly change from buy to sell. Why isn't this S? Well, S is for symbol. Maybe I should change that to T or something for ticker. So I just hit enter and it immediately sends the order. If I type Q, I can press up to increase my order amount, hit enter, you know, I want market price, which is obviously not typical. I want to lower or raise the price. It's a very quick system. So yeah, the Neoclad could be a short. I think Chanos is kind of an idiot, but so I want to add new tickets. Could keep them open. We don't do overnight yet. We're just rolling this stuff out. Yeah, we should do voiceover, or you could just say sell 500 NVIDIA. Oh, that's cool. I didn't know Shift X closes the ticket. Yeah, this is super fast. So I just need a little bit more here in terms of like portfolio and stuff like that, but that ticket is really good. Yeah. Yeah. Level 2. Abivax. America loves AI too. That's pretty funny. Well, if you give a college commencement speech with AI, you should be booed. Hate these muffins, man. I just want a donut. Israel detains a U.S. citizen suspected of espionage. Uh-oh. Oh, shit. His name is Jeffrey Epstein. Eat healthier. Who the fuck are you? My mother? Eat healthier. Fucking ban you right off the stream. No Hamptons. I think there's a way to see how long. Maybe not. Abivac's run 134.5. Probably raise money tonight, right? SpaceX might retest. Wow, look at that. Running down the train. Dun, 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 dun. Running down the train. I'm running down the train. No, but I'm down a lot today. It's all right. Whoa, AVX 135. AVX had a good safety update. People were worried their drug caused cancer. It does not. I just saw Claude Sonnet 5 here. He took it down. And Anthropic site is very slow. Introducing Claude Sonnet 5. Pretty close to Opus. Yeah, 10x didn't look so great. Yeah, Ethereum. You fucking Eva Immune piece of shit. Stupid piece of fucking shit. Fucking ruining my P&L. Piece of trash. I've call it 3. And then I'm out for the day, just doing different meetings. Bud. Market's falling out of bed. Oh, Bud. Dada, you love Dada? Dada. You love Dada? Dada. Who's that? Who's that? Bud. Bud. Who loves you? Dada loves you. You know Dada loves you. What's that? What'd you say? Dada. What? Don't hit the mic. Don't hit the mic. Bud. What's that? Bud. Bud. Spud. Dada loves you, yes I do. Dada loves you, boo. Dada loves you, do. Dada loves you. That's right. Dada loves you, do. Congrats, Bay Street. What's that? Fries? Oh. Pew. You like that? Bud. Easy money stacks. Easy money stacks. Easy money stacks. That's my boy. Yeah, how's Rocket Lab doing after yesterday? This fucking thing's over 100. Still a good short. It's crap. Bud, I love you. Bud, boop. Easy money stacks. Easy money stacks, yeah. Easy money stacks. They're so easy. How you get those stacks, Bud? It's so easy. I know it's so easy. I love you. What's your stock picks, Bud? Bud. Easy money stacks. That's my boy. That's Bud. That's Bud. Captain Bud. Captain Bud. Budimus Maximus. Bud. I love you. Bud. Boop. Bud. I love you. You like Wendy's, Bud? What? What? Bud. You're so handsome. You little goonie. Little goonie. Right, Kev? Be funny. Boy, yes, I love you. Loves you.
Thank you for lunch. Good, all right, bro? Yep.
All right, guys.